Fuck, I forgot to change the title. Anyway, while I do that, welcome back to probably the conclusion of this case today. Shouldn't take like that long, for being honest here. What's going on? Okay. Welcome back. Stop playing from the set game data? Yes, please. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous Speckled Band. Yeah, we were in the middle of this. Because this took like ages for whatever reason. Ah. It was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. Why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After the feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah, yeah, obviously. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged and once and found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova, because I'm sure there's so many cats here on the ship where pets are forbidden. We don't want to make any misunderstandings. It was after I gave her the food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. And before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. She's so naughty. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere in Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. It would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Autopsy report. There we go.
Yes!
fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury's out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Debbie. Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. That's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darkeye didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It would have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh, yeah, fatal fall could explain it. Yeah, I guess you can. Even though it sounds unreasonable, but it does happen. To just fall from normal standing height, just bite the dust. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. We need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Maybe he slipped on the shoe polish, or his shoes were too polished.
Yes!
Yes. An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark was prominently visible next to the victim's body. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my result. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it is not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot on that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, he caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. So he tripped over the cat? I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? The facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? Can't be true. I refuse to accept that. Now it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. Miss Pavlova only started occupying the cabin as of late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? A broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Why would you only pick up half of it, though? Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Can we... I guess I'll just present the basket itself.
Yes!
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here you have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that is familiar, has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider this... Shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. Don't know. That hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the glass bell, that would be... Would it be this? Wait. Oh.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darkhouse collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. If by tripping over a cat. That has to be the lamest way for that guy to go out. Come on now. Wouldn't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. One second. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late that I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. No modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious disease. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Naka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. The faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. So is there another murder on this ship? Considering that the chicken being drugged is almost like a given. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Asma was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bear and tripping up. Yes, as Buri has a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was really off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. So you were willing to just let me die? I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? Right, where's it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Hirosko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from the cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Did not expect to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Oh, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Could you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Huh? Hirosko does not have venom. He's armless, very long, but very gentle. He's adorable like Granny. That's venomless? Yes. No, he's hungry, so he is in bad mood, but once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snake that drinks milk are only in stupid stories. Briscoe eats mouse. Big fat round mouse. So... That what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Thanks as top of the food chain, like the look of their eyes right now. I refuse to drink milk. It can't hear. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My preschool has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my friend's tragic death. But, Miss Pavlova, what about the final message? Explain! I understand the difficult situation you've found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift of knowing the truth. But even I can see it was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issue in this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Why put them back on me? We cleared my name! Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. Were Mr. Jones? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend, out of my freedom even. In that case, you must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. It's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. The message he left, no? Why would he leave a message if it was just an accident?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. Also, it's time to hydrate everybody. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Because he snapped his neck, yes, I couldn't even write. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. wasn't the only reason either. There's something else we found in Miss Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Suzuto-san has noticed it too then? Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... I mean... was it this? I feel like it would be. Because why would you leave like half of the bell there? Yes. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass belt the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw, if you will. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. But these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, he wasn't alone. There was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's. Who? You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yeah. And the only other person in the cabin when young student died was you. Yes! It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise, but about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? This thing. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence and that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. Why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of this bell away? Leaving half behind is always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast light on the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice that fragment of the tiny item. You mean fragment? It's like half the item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganov? Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of sailor, strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You said that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. Or most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. Look around the eyes. Oh, look through the eyes. Cabin Booker was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Can we get over this already? We know this truth for like half an hour. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Нет, it's impossible. He's right. He's not! You've seen... But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tell... Stop! We have the solution to this. You and me. We should both know how this can happen. Red, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. Not so too. Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Yes, thank you. Way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. You really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and you should, so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin doors across from the outside.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? It must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes through the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that's known as the force of inertia acting on objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase. Also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We'd come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... This seems like a major design flaw. Like, Once you make an emergency break and nobody's in the cabin, you never get back in unless you break the door down. Hello? Anybody in there? Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the locked door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? Yes, as Buria made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It's almost as if somebody had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then, when we came into this cabin, I was surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Mr. Pavlova? Oh, Mrs. Pavlova, my bad. Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it's simple enough. You're forgetting the button in the passageway outside. Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. It was a notice there, wasn't it? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. What sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity? Sounds almost like he's admitting to him being the one to press it. When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As intended, it did a little earlier too. Oh, this guy. At least he didn't do it during the murder. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now. Now. I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You're idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency you ripped this vessel last night? Well, we could say the ship's log, no? Considering how there's parts missing. There's so many other too, but we don't have those as evidence.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, is that not right? Duh, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah. You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... duh. Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report", wouldn't you? Got it. Indeed, so... which tells us that shortly after 2 AM, something happened. Here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. He's suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. I'm perfectly honest. I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. It's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. No, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Ooh. What of the throbbing, Mr. Shows? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Neither have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. That's right, it's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of easy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me, but at that point, didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. And what did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of his whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. Oh, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sporific designed... What? No, it is sporific. Wait, then what does sporific mean? Let me Google that real quick. Let me educate myself. Oh, soporific. Jesus Christ, I'm stupid. Never mind. Just can't read. A soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug, so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Sanarudo. Of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well, Seaman. Yeah. They drugged us so they could bring her on board unnoticed. Yes, yes. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Okay, so they drugged us to smuggle her on board. Then she went to retrieve the cat and got seen by, Kazuma. And then they panicked. He refused to talk. There would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting in Renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Yeah? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So, when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. Wanted to help our angel. Leave it. You're right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Why wouldn't you spit that out? If you eat a chicken and you bite on a strange lump that's bitter and... You don't keep eating that. Duh. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. Go to one! At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helpless. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While other passengers of the SS Warrior slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. But it's the middle of the night, buddy. Presumably, you lock your door when you go to sleep. Also, if everything's hazy, then you probably don't even question if you locked or didn't lock the door and it's suddenly locked in the next morning. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? Why are we still here? Just to suffer? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A lot of betrayed. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? Accusatory cry of guilt? So sorry, you lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come to reveal the true culprit. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. For what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two what? Prevaricators? Prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Sogi's death. What we are looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick on the to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So, we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. What suggests that someone else was there at the scene? Oh right, I wanted to fucking switch the controls because it's kind of ass-go.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. And nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that it's clearly grape juice. On God. Grape juice that his pet snake squeezed out for him. It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. Squeezed out of him? Oh my God. Squeezed his grape so hard that purple juice flew out. Painful. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform. I think what made it is clear. It is. It's called a seaman for a reason. Guess that also explains his big bulging muscles. Need a lot of protein for that. So Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of Mr. Seaman Stroganov's uniform really is. The circle of life. You come, consume the cum, become stronger. Become stronger.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Come, consume, become, come stronger. Combine with the cum. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance? Like a Sailor Moon thing? We must have seen some different versions of Sailor Moon. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. You've never seen it? I've seen like bits and bobs here and there, and then a friend made me watch the entire first season, which was, well, it certainly was an anime. But then the ending goes randomly very hard, and each and every one of those schoolgirls just gets eviscerated. Like actually brutal on-screen death. And the stain of the back of on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like both Rockman did it. Been setting up laptops for the past 4 hours. Rough. I spent probably like a good 15 minutes trying to fix my tracking software. Because for some reason the camera got downgraded in it, and I don't understand why. Like the resolution got downgraded at which it tracks, and it also only tracks at 30 FPS now instead of the 60 FPS that it usually does. So my model is probably a bit slower and jaggier in its animations. 3 seconds away from becoming an Ace Attorney case myself. Would have been probably an amazing case. You just go in, there's a bunch of laptops all strewn over the place, and it's like, what the fuck? One laptop is just embedded into the back of somebody's head. Then I pressed a button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our Angel. If, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. Any IT person would instantly know what happened though. With your laptops or with my camera being downgraded in the program. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our ranger came to me. She was white as sheet. Crime scene, that would be my laptop. I mean, most likely, yeah. Beth, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here? What are you? What kind of comments could they possibly make while you try to fix their laptops? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, other than like, oh my god, you're so talented. That's why we have you. My little furry friend. You're not done still? Doesn't this go any fun? Holy fuck. At that point I would probably be tilted and be like, well, if you want it faster, if you're unhappy with this, maybe you do it yourself, huh? If you think there's a faster way. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Rasogi's cabin. I can so imagine. I'm second-hand tilted just reading those comments. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on to the floor. Yes, that is died. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was buried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. Personal favorite was, oh, how does that work? I don't know, almost like, I mean, not the actual machine. So, wait, did they want to know how the problem worked, or how you worked out to fix it? There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Sogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already there? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Even if you explained how, you could ask for again for 10 minutes after 10 minutes anyway. Yeah, that's also, I don't know why that's a thing. You just explain it and then later it's like, oh, how does this work? And you're like, I explained that like 3 times. Not that hard. Just press these 2 buttons. Yeah. Oh. Yes, that is right. Completely new laptops, extra setups, 30 billion updates, mail accounts, etc. Doesn't the laptop usually do all of that by himself, except maybe the setup, where you only just click, oh, this is the name I want, this is the password I want, this is my language, please. Also, this is the time. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. Was scared. I understand. And I believe you. Well, I haven't had a laptop in like, I don't know, a good 10 years maybe. That's probably not true. Wait. More like 5 years maybe? So is that finally it now? We discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. Okay, very cool. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Multiple things, actually. You know... I mean, obviously they want me to say the pointing finger, but the pointing finger is obviously there to, like, frame, which we already went over. But the most unnatural part of all of this... Wait, also the fist. You don't just have a closed fist if you die. Like, your body relaxes the muscles. Anyway, also the fact that he's on his stomach. Because, supposedly, he cracked his neck like something blunt hit the back of his neck. Which would make 0 sense if you're on your stomach. Imagine you're a famous attorney, most famous attorney of your country, destined for greatness, and fucking die due to a cat being a bitch. Not just being a bitch, it's just being near a room, and you accidentally trip over it. And it's not even a big cat. It was like, I don't know, a bit bigger than the palm of the hand of the 15-year-old girl. I'm guessing they mean this. I'm hoping they don't mean this, but it's possible.
Yes!
Okay, I guess not. It can be equally helpful to use them. Okay, shut up, buddy. Alright, I'll try that out. You hypothetically were to trip and fall forward, you don't turn your head, you'd slam into the ground chin first. What? If you'd fall forward, of course you'd turn your head, no? You turn it sideways so you have like more weight before your head congs the ground. Explain what Mr. Sholmes means by unnatural? No, it's not. There's so many unnatural things. It's hypothetical? Okay, fair enough. Imagine if you were losing your footing yourself. Okay, so it is the fist. Would you land as the victim has? Of course, of course. Cosmo tripped and fell, and by some reason turned the lip. Yeah, okay, it's the fist, not the framing thing. Even though that's also unnatural.
Yes!
And this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palm flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? You know, that's a weird deduction, considering that we already very well went over the point that this guy's body was arranged in a specific way to frame. Gripping the sword? I think he probably gripped, like, I don't know, an earring or so of the little ballerina or something else to frame her. You did? And what prey do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? See? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Wouldn't you have said this 4 hours earlier? He's also reattached my handcuffs again, even though he fucking knows for 100% certain that it's not me. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Oh, it tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. Like crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Yeah, he really is the D&D version of chaotic neutral, huh? Observation, Mr. Naruhodo, that is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? It's the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answers with your own eyes. Give it to me. Do I need to look at it first?
Yes!
Surely not. Okay, good. It might actually kill him. It might kill him because he's a bit, what's the name again? I forgot. Every time I want to say something specific, I forget. Autistic, yes, that's. Miss Pavlova, on your left ear. Naruhodo's ear fetish comes in clutch. Hell yeah. There's a main character syndrome, that too. But honestly, he earns the main character syndrome because he has predator vision on his night vision goggles for some reason. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? She stole my earring, I swear. And on your other ear? There seems to be a crescent moon missing. How that's even a thing? I have no idea. A little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. But then I grew into a big strong man, so I wanted to pass them down to my pet snake. Now the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grabbed that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. You do? I'd need to see the clip again, but the clip itself looked kind of basic. Last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length for him. Nope, if only fucking Kazuma would have been a bit smarter. Try to grab her to cushion his fall instead of holding onto her fucking earring. And the way she wears it, not a fan of those huge earrings, that's fair. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? I think it's well established that everybody here is a moron. I don't think there's a single smart person yet. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh my god, she actually got shot this time. And I wouldn't even call the prosecution smart. They're witty, but at least in the original, they're mostly just faked evidence, which isn't smart, that's just scummy. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto the huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! In the Apollo game, they never did that. What? Phoenix fakes evidence? Now that's actually some heavy character assassination. What the fuck is that? Couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darkha would not come back. Makes more sense within the plot. Yeah, but I don't know, that's still dirty. He doesn't feel like the kind of character that would do that. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave this man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. Couldn't take his word for it, so I killed him. That seems to be the case. Kinda cold-blooded for a 15-year-old. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the Far East know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But What are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. Almost like a traveling troupe. Ah, I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I can trust him? Why do you care if he tells the captain? Isn't the captain in on this? I thought the entire crew is in on this. And it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Also, okay, no, I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say, how does a 15-year-old girl have enough strength to break your neck? But I'm pretty sure with even younger than that, you have enough strength to break somebody's neck with a blunt object if you just full force it. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and killed him. And down to the young man's feet. And out of a 12-year-old murdering grown-ups? Like barehanded or blunt object at the most? Because if they have a knife or something, then that's that's not really an accomplishment, which I shouldn't even call it an accomplishment, but you know what I mean. Like killing somebody with a knife at any age is like very easy. As he turned around to look at me. We crime shaming now? Yeah. Step up your murdering game, hello? Don't murder on easy mode. What's next? You just shoot somebody? Bitch mail. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help. Was even Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran up to her. Knowing my luck, I hit a Kiryu character who takes 17 bullets. Kiryu is a special breed. Like, he injects 10k into his veins and he doesn't even flinch anymore when he gets shot. And then he impales you on a wooden katana. Or just straight up slams a couch into you. Chugs an energy drink and is fine. If they found out, I'll be... Please, I have nowhere to go. So you decided to have... Kiryu takes the empty gun and throws it so hard back at you it kills you. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like it did. I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. The speed is better, the mass is better, it's just a better bullet. Honestly, the best projectile. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So he worked out a plan. Lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back strange paper signs. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was in a... Luckily for... Why did I say it in that accent? I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to right on floor. I wrote so that that person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. You armed it up? I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and they finished the job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Actually a case that doesn't go to court. Interesting. Accordingly, the SS Borea did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Does Apollo Justice also get accused of crime? Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. Apollo's actually clean? Insane. He did it. Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Just deals with the Yakuza? Interesting. The most that... Well, I guess not the most, but... The most organization that Phoenix deals with is straight up the Mafia. And he almost gets shot too. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? Oh. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. Why would you get arrested for running away? It's not even like she ran away from home. She just ran away from a theater troupe, which shouldn't be illegal. Like, they have no legal claim over her as a person. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Does they have a contract over her as a person? I mean, would you really get arrested for that? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? She's essentially a slave. I mean, that much was clear when she said that she only got water and a bit of bread. I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. He was going to deport me from this ship. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Indirectly, I was guilty of killing him. No? Kind of, but no. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! There's one thing I learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
Take that! Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly, it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell call. Yes, however, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Strap on? Ah, sorry, I was sitting on it. I was hiding it deep inside my prison wallet. Give me a moment. Use another opinion here. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Just felt like something flew into my eye, Jesus. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. Can't find it? It already crawled behind my eyelids? Yeah, just like every... what are they called in English? The hairs on your eyes? And I don't mean the eyebrows, brows. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for now, for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may even have ended very differently if you had. Eyelashes? Yes. Just like there's just a bushel of hair, of eyelashes, right behind your eyeball. Of all the eyelashes that you could never get out. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, it's Junji Ito shit. The truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Borea is finally laid to rest. I mean, technically, it's Kazuma's soul. So either we bury it with him, or we take on his ideas as our own to become the greatest lawyer and change the legal system. Either or, both work. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Repatriate? Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and all, and sort all that out. So Shams can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? Right? Fucking hypocrites. Just because she's a cute little girl and I'm a fucking normal Japanese ass boy. Not even a boy, I'm pretty sure I'm 23. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so... And she's famous, just be... You know what? Famous people privilege. Fuck them. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. That's the last time a famous person actually got, like... convicted for murder. I wanted to help our ranger, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost your good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Oh my god, you know what I just realized? This is fucking day 50 of a 50-day journey. So for 35 days, I have to sleep in the room where my best friend since childhood fucking croaked. Holy shit. Yeah. Does I watch Mojo vid on celebrities who murdered someone? Of course they're fucking ass. But were they ever convicted for their crimes? I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. What? Huh? You what? So, you should get back to your cabin now. Okay. But she's technically also a stowaway. So why doesn't she get handed over in fucking Hong Kong? They usually get out pretty fast, if they even get in at all. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. To think that only 2 days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is that someone weeping? Susato-san? Oh my god. Imagine you just see this in the corner of your room. I'd shit myself. Especially after I hear weeping before that. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, haven't been back long. Inspector Osanaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. You had such great ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now... Now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. A silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Just some silly cat mishaps. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. Couldn't even protect him against a small kitty cat. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. Why am I in handcuffs again? You fucking gremlin. Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo. More angry than surprised, actually. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Is he coming on to me? Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Jones. We do appreciate all your assistance. I do like her hair loopies. They're kind of fun. Is he treating the shackles as some kind of seal that only gets released when you help out with his deductions? Yeah. You only get the shackles undone when you dance with him. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my assistant my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. Or heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. You have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? That would be such a weird twist. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No, don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Is that you become a Japanese lawyer who only accuses British people due to some weird grudge? No. I go back to Japan, become a lawyer, but all of my cases are just me being accused of murder and I have to clear my own name. But every time it happens, nobody believes me again. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Which who do you think you're talking to? Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Are we really going to stretch this pondering out? Mr. Soto? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Thanks for not stretching this. But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... Then what was I studying? I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, it's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Kazuma, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? He's an English major? He's an English major and he didn't understand the one lady speaking English? The fuck? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Apparently also has been studying English since he was a child. There's no fucking way! If he's been studying English since he's a child, there's no shot he'll actually get a decent grasp on fucking law in 40 days. The guy will fucking not even be able to spell the word lawyer after 40 days, if that's his track record. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Rude? You know it's true though. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No. Well, no. I wouldn't let somebody, you know, perform surgery on me just because I like his character. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. Actually, his qualifications, yeah. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? He'd been a legal immigrant? I'm guessing that he'd just go back into the fucking case and then just vibe around with Kazuma. And whenever somebody came around and was like, "Oh hey, what are you doing here?" You'd just be like, "Oh, that's the assistant everyone's been talking about, you know? Oh, but it says only one assistant." If somebody also knows like Susano, then you're like, "Oh no, it's actually two assistants." It's like it's a weird typo. Except that I do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, Susato, not Susano. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Susano is someone very different. Okay, now I'm intrigued who my brain just messed up with. Naruto? Oh, that can't be true. Okay, wait. Huh. Surely that's not just a Naruto character. Because I've never watched Naruto with that degree. Japanese god, son of Izanagi? Oh! Wait, in that case I actually might know who that is. I guess I was thinking of somebody else, but it still works. Because Susanoo is the final form of the... Buddy boy, why am I struggling so much? What's his name again? Your friend in Persona 4. Like the goober. Every day is great at your Junas. Yosuke, yes. The final form of his persona. Are you prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder... Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to have you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for the time to come yet. What? Whatever, can't read. Will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't give you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you. What is that? Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. It should have been obvious to me from the very start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the— No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times? That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? I observed your throwing technique several times, with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. How did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Not on me, sure? Lead? Okay, why? We just talked about me throwing you, not the other way around. Ah, yes, interesting. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my head. Rumor? If the sword starts talking to me, then I actually will be worried that I might have a concussion. That's right. The prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asobi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul. Can't be parted from my katana. Kuruma guides me, I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. That subject. Yes, family just never had a soul that had just passed down for generations. They're all just devils. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Track down the killer of my parents. He's Katana Batman. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. You did it. Hey, I'll be right back. I just turn on my lights real quick. Easy. And the runaway room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder
Yes.
in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Both of them are. And I don't quite understand why. It would honestly make more sense if those two were the only ones without a thick British accent.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting.
They talk like some
from
5th
abroad,
graders
eh?
textbook accents.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
And the Eiffel Tower in the background. What the fuck's going on here? Oh yeah, there are birds inside. Not enough dead children and smoke in this not London. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a forest. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. Oh, if you remember him, then I'm curious. Must have left quite the impression. An authentic example like this is quite a different has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. His GU and the prosecution? Oh, this... Ah, okay. This guy and the prosecution. What is this place again? It's the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. Instead, we are here in a different capacity as envoys to report the news of Kazuma's Summer's death. Yes. and having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Studying for a whole month? That's how you become a proper lawyer? Yeah, all you need is a month. Honestly, considering that law actually is a new thing in Japan, like only a decade old or so they said, a month might actually be all you need. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Holy shit. This guy looks like a weird time cowboy. Oh? I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention that. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Miles Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse in an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. What the fuck's going on here? This guy's got swagger? He do, but he also looks like a villain. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. If they're going to try and tell me that we're inside the Big Ben. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Don't you think clocks are some sort of hobby of this? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with clocks that size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the clocks make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they are... Yes, they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion's dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is that nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Well, these are uneducated British Japanese people. Just look at all the naughty books packed together on their shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yeah, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial system of other Western nations. Never read naughty in this context? Yeah, I've never heard books described as naughty either. At first I thought they were referring to like the candelabra. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? What do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Got that off. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. Honestly, can you have a longer title, please? Lord Chief Justice? I believe it's made of marble. Looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. It's made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Okay, I guess we are kinda done. Armband. An armband I inherited from Kazuma identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look, Kazuma Sogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. Imagine this guy just appears before you. This guy's like 2'6" or some shit. But he lost his life before he even had a chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband though. Okay, let's converse, buddy boy. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about this city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Until all of our automaton puppets will go crazy and slaughter all of us. And yet you can't keep your colony in check. Great exhibition. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy show. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you do say it so yourself. You know, a random thought that just popped in my head, but you know what the one bad thing about consoles is? The fucking monopoly they have on their games. Like, Switch games, for example, they never go on sale. Shit costs like 60 bucks from beginning to end, even if the game is absolute dog shit. The sun will never set on our great empire. Just saw lightning strike 4 times in a row. That, okay, well, somebody must have pissed off God. Perhaps it is fate that, in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. But, Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Nintendo also has a few sales, but they're usually just shitty third-party indie games that go for $5 anyway, that you never actually play for yourself. Like stuff you might put your little toddler in front of to keep them occupied. Never like any mainline Nintendo shit or something like that. Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard this steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. Out for the cash grabs? You know what? I can't even argue that. Because otherwise they would quality control certain games. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We're here in the capital of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese people are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. You would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruto here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruto? Said then, the moment of truth. And the thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing this study tour to go ahead. As it's in the 21st century, son bitch. What up, my homie? Don't underestimate me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Oh, don't misunderstand me, what the fuck am I reading? But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo. It could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, by glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. So, to become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asugi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on to do everything he planned to do. And no, it must sound like I have... like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself. But I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? The opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, so... Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asugi planned to do? Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. See, am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Feels like a trap? It most likely is. He's probably like giving me some impossible case and it's like, oh, well if you can solve that, then yeah, you can be a lawyer. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Yeah, I'm sure the defendant will love to hear that he got a defense lawyer shipped from London with 0 qualifications. Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? It's eccentric? Well, do I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. Say. But I should mention, just in case, is there ever a trial that's not a murder trial? If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. He'll be put to death. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much on your short sea-based introduction to British law. Most likely because tax evasion isn't fun to watch. Yeah, probably. And there's not much, like, trickery you can do there. We We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, you'll be hanged. Seem legal? Wait, wrong. He is the law. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? You have no choice, buddy. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs to work if you want to be a lawyer. That is too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with that. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant would see this trial... I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand on the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Well, game over. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge compares down. That's awful. But that's the truth. By the way, have you seen the new, the slight quality of life updates for Elden Ring? Why does it have to be like this? It's mostly just for picking up items and multiplayer, I think. You get like a... On items that are new to your inventory, you get like a little exclamation mark on them. And you get an extra tab in your stuff that's about recently received items. Please don't expect an answer to every question. So you don't have to worm your way through 17,000 armor sets. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Hell yeah, you can now just look at it straight away. And next to the minimap, watch them. So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in the circumstances, and I agree. And no wonder he said it's only like a 20-hour DLC. Wait, is it even? No, it shouldn't even be. If it's as big as Limgrave, that shit should take like, what, 10 hours? Max? And that's if you explore every nook and cranny very carefully. Well, maybe 5. 5 also... Nah, do I stick with 5? I'd stick with 5. Honestly, I go up to 7. No, I go up to 7 because of the 2 dungeons. The game files are almost as big as the DS3 in its entirety. Wow. But that's probably also just because of graphical fidelity. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Can't wait to die against the fire giant and Morgan everybody 15 million times on Thursday. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruto, we must leave at once. Can I talk to you? God, I can't wait for this game. It's gonna be so good. It's so good. Getting my ass beat by things never seen before. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. A little over 48 hours? Yes! Well, on Friday I'll probably not be able to like start in the very morning. But I might start earlier than usual. Maybe around 4, maybe around 5. Never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Probably play like an hour when it drops and then get back up at 7 or 8. Why not just go to sleep immediately then? So you're nice and fresh for the grind. But at least we arrived before the trial started. I'm definitely going to try and check on Thursday if I could play it or not. But at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose that there's that. Because I'm addicted. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be there. But there's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in this grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. Finally meeting the proper prosecution? I mean, it should be, right? It's like only yesterday that I was the one who to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man were to defend us, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What the fuck is this character? Why are we defending Willy Wonka and his Oompa Loompas love child? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Did you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are you? We're from Japan, yeah? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually... We haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Looks like one of those side of the... What? On the side of the ridge? Well, that can only go well, right? Let me start by looking you 1,000... What? Giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to show. 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? This is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainier day, you see. How's a guy this rich without any defense lawyer? I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. But did much rain even fall in one day? Yes, in London. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. As of the prosecutor? What kind of menace is that guy? Ah, that hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? Be honest, this is a little embarrassing. Trial has about to begin, you see. It's for me, good self here. I'll be in the dock. For now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'll be my lawyer, but it's just a little detail now. Well, the thing is, don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Our Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I don't know. I don't know how to make an Irish accent, so I'm going Scottish. Terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? I mean, I can also talk normal, but I feel he's not English. He said top of the morning. That's Irish as fuck. Rustling blazes. Do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We're only just arrived in the city, you see. I welcome the accent. Okay, so now you want me to keep doing Shrek RP. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? It's called McGildefield Park. Full of blossoming flowers, the springs and singing birds and whatnot. Oh, hell yeah. Come here, lass. Let me give you a quick slobbering. I donated it to the city, so I did. Even has a Mac in his name. No shit, that guy... No... like, chance that guy is actually English. An entire park in central London? The city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city. It's squirrel people and it's squirrel people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But... yeah, he was destined to become rich. Also, give me a second. Now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. Believe it. And you believe it. What's the matter with the London police, I ask? Don't pass out now. Mr. Naruto. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Gilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see where we're going here. I know what you're thinking. It's chancer for a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well... no. Although, it is a little strange to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Borok. Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Oh. When Van Zeeks stands in the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lamb. And to this day, in every single trial in which she's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Oh, it's almost like we're back in Japan. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Edgeworth or Von Karma. Goodness, that Barack Von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented is not the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? He's cursed to always win in life. The damn fool. At least this one is Dutch. Is he? Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. This counsel will be me. Oh, this time. Well then, fella. Don't let me down. What? Van denotes people of Dutch heritage? Or denotes? But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your phrase here. It made up my mind, I saw it. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. Oh, that had worked. And made an appearance. A fellow student of law wouldn't just know. It is no accident. I can assure you of that. It is fate. So, don't get cold feet now, please. Literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know, that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruto. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you are late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening. It's really happening. Oh fuck. Ah, okay. On my screen that E looks like giga broken, like there's something wrong with my screen. First trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. If she ever at any point channels Kazuma, it's gonna be very weird. In the Old Bailey courtroom. That's a metal courtroom. Also, why is there a maid? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It's both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever their country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. That's the jury? Well, yeah, but still, the mates, I mean, yeah, it's possible, but I don't know. May say something, Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh my god, he's an actual vampire? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilbert. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. It must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. What? And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. This dude's look goes hard. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. The cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tip of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island up in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. But everyone's race is scum like you? Well, it is a very early Britain. So I think the judge has just his instinct to colonize activated. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with the words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. I mean, maybe he wants to colonize Mr. Naruhodo. Eloquently put, Mr. Gilded. And most laudable sentence. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. Naruhodo gets colonized by the Reaper. Why is Jack the Ripper in the jury? What the fuck? Can we talk about this? Like, you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows, where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Huh. Any criminal like here will soon be wishing they'd never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dearies. I just be getting on with the knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruto, these people are... feel like they're not impartial? Oh, you think? That's something we don't have in Japan yet. Right. Only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. How exactly did the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah, let's just wing this whole thing. The law is in common sense. That seems flawed. Or rather, the law is based on what these people think common sense is. Prosecutor von Zeeks. My lord. I forgot the voice I gave this guy already. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of Bailey, my lord. infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. What brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? He also has a sword. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. Summary of a case, if you please. The Chief Justice got him here to pest us? Oh my god. Oh, honestly, that might actually be it. But not to pest us, but to pest Kazuma. Because he probably heard that Kazuma's like a prodigy. So it was like, well, if he's a prodigy, he surely can hold his own here, right? Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as the rice-fired mason. Sorry, the rice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. That's simple for me. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Consul. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. Hubert from Three Houses? Hey, kind of, a little bit, yeah. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, Consul? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Gilded gloves had blood on them? Yes. I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Let me guess, this guy went on break because, like, he didn't feel it to be a challenge. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside this vehicle at the time. Only 2? Didn't want to keep killing people? I mean, that's kind of the same thing, right? If nobody wants to go up against you, then everybody just gets sentenced to death. That goes a bit hand in hand. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Marcus McGillard. What is with these JoJo poses in this game? Holy shit. well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. I don't know why I didn't say the lining the accent. Defendant. What say you? Just standing there behind his stand menacingly? Well, of course. I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilvert. Be sure, I wrote the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. And I'm always succumb to it. Though claiming to have been asleep. It's the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight took before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before him alive. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul would rush to help a fella bleeding from the stomach? I wouldn't rush. I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves then, after the man had been killed? Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses. The precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the... and... what? This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. There's gonna be a new HoloYen generation at 6 AM tomorrow. Again? Wasn't there just a new one? How often do they pump out a new generation? I mean, I guess the more gens you have, the more money you make, so it makes sense to just keep going. 10 months ago? Oh, holy shit. Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Yeah, I feel that. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a bankhand in the city. A bankhand in Fairplay? No, that has to be a scam. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Kinda weird that he only makes hats for gents, though, and nothing for ladies. Very well, then. Let's proceed to our formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witnesses saw. Before we do that, let me check what we got here. Rice fired Mason, 45, 54, I mean. once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus, died to internal hemorrhaging resulting in the trauma. There's a button missing from his vest. Dragon Quest 1 and 3 are getting remade. I saw that. I saw a HD remake Dragon Quest for Nintendo Switch. Is it? This is definitely blood, isn't it? 1, 2, and 3? Yeah, I only saw 3. I didn't even watch the trailer though. Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Which games from the Switch Direct thingy get put on PS? Pity. Only he'd been left-handed. Getting blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Okay. Wait, no, that's not right. I think I didn't watch the entire Direct, but most of the trailers that I saw didn't really blow me out of the water, if I'm being honest. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. Even a Hello Kitty game? But at least it's not 17,000 farming simulators like that one travesty Nintendo Direct like a year or two ago. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, Milord. These men witnessed the incidents in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. But in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I've read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? No, I just arrived, bitch. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves at the actual scene of the crime. What? You mean actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place here today. In this very building. Yeah? What? The entire carriage. Bailiff. Bring forth this stricken omnibus. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they would bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. You vibe with the low-key insulting vampire? As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. We'll see. 4 passengers seated inside in the closed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture is sights and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests, there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Sitting on a rooftop seems unsafe. I don't know, you're on a bench, so unless it topples over, you're kind of fucked. Or you're safe, unless it topples over. But if it topples over, I think you're also kind of fucked inside. The penny drops at last, I see. Unless the horses stop rapidly. If the horses stop rapidly, I'm pretty sure the horses are fucked because the carriage just slams into them. These two, unless they are like secured with like static holes, reins. Well, not reins, but you know what I mean. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Makes perfect sense. Well, Counselor, this is a first. Shit. What kind of voice did I give you? The scene sounds a bit too similar to my vampire buddy boy. In all my years... No, that's just too weird. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. It would seem... I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Couldn't help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue proceedings then. Our your cross-examination, counsel. First I'll check this bad boy out. Holy fuck, they actually just give me the entire model, huh? Can't look underneath. Phoenix Wright Omnibus? Come on now. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or a hatch of any description. I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. What's this? The seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment might be needed to keep the omnibus running. feeding tubs, tools to repair, wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. It's a storage component for the coachman to keep these things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Controls. Yes. That's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, heavily. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Learn to read, you fucking monkey. That's a poster for the grand exhibition. Okay, okay. I thought because it looked different, it might be different. Look down. Look down. First at the Eiffel Towers in London was like, we built the same but bigger and out of crystal. Blood is soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes. And that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of other passengers like that? I wonder. It was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Oh, when you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Oh my god, I hate these controls. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside now. Let me see the top side. The topsy-turvy of it. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh. You must have a wonderful view of London Street from up here. The people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. They have to pay money to do so. I can imagine how cold it must feel. It just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is a real price you pay to stay out late. Can I not? What? Can I not check it out more? Is it just always, oh, this is the rooftop? Okay. What about the skylight? Is the skylight different? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cavern, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see it quite clearly. That's not good for us. Pray, don't expect these Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
Hold it!
Elden Ring DLC is getting full marks on review sites everywhere. Does that surprise you? Elden Ring itself got like a full clear. Honestly, it was kind of a meme that it just got 10 out of 10s everywhere. I need it. I need it too. Oh my god. If I can actually play it on Thursday, it's gonna be so tantalizing to wait for Friday so I don't accidentally spoil you. I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, it was so cold. It was, sir, freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does, every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worth a while. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to stay warm up, to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sitting next to each other inside the box. You saw them together through the skylight on the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window is right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. There's not a shadow of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. Can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. I forgot his voice again. There's no room for doubt, you see. Really wish there was. And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Oh wait, I kind of forgot to press. I was in my own head. Oh, then I'm kind of getting hungry. 3 whole people witnessed a man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first target should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Out of the blue, the accused just reached up and punched Nevin to scouts. Wonderful. I'll be right there. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? So you're going to watch the new gen reveal live tomorrow morning, or do you just sleep and watch a recording? Oh, fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is not good. Really got... What? Really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail then? My lord. Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can fool me. What the fuck? There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That was precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. These guys got some precision. Also, now we need a clean sweep or we lost. What is happening here? Have a lecture at 1 PM. Should go. Which means you'd have to leave around 10:30. I mean, I honestly thought about ending stream a video earlier today anyway. Just so we have enough game left for tomorrow. And don't just have like, I don't know, an hour for tomorrow and then it's kind of run dry. I think they can change their decisions, not sure though. How would they change their decisions after they already cast their fire? It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. Fire? Apparently yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 16 members of the jury make up their minds about a case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you said? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing a little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new head design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they did before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded was telling the truth. Only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh yes? Yes, sir? This is the knife you saw. Good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Funny you should say stake through the heart. It is the blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is. Furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilda, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
That's a good objection. This blade was far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Now conclusively, but certainly compelling, Counsel. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGildet is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be... what? Sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to dispose of the rubbish? Okay, so the only thing we can do now is balance out the scales and get another day of investigation, I guess. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Don't. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. No. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. This is bad. We technically lost, so I guess they can change their votes, however they would do that. Let's follow 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. Bad. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, it just makes the situation worse. Nevertheless, we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We are still very much in the dark. I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. Mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. That part is in the sheath, isn't it? You're right, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry. Yes, I Just don't really like blades. Oh. Doesn't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's sword. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Very intricate detail, yes, yes. Ornate letterman, undeniable Mr. Magnus McGill's initial. It's beautifully gilded too. Must be very valuable, I should think. Ah! What is that? Look at the M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes. This is the one... This is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Oh, that idea was quickly quashed. That looks like blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. The Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. The fuck did you expect? Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yeah, I understand. Okay, sure.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir. That would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, you obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. The other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGill. And then they plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed on one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But fuck it. No, please, just G up now, Silver Blaze. Finish this inside. That was a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses on the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know? Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around the time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. man like that wouldn't stab somebody, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some of more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in their clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Oh my, I love his music. What a man he is? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extraordinary rates of interest. Or extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. What is a man, if not just a bundle of lies? Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So, has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Throws his wine glass at my face instead of the coffee cup. What possible reason could this man have? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name except considerable financial liability. It will come as to no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known, the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had lost it. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I believe it.
Hold it!
Oh, we did. I might add something briefly, Mr. Suttle. You claim to be the victim and had been lent money by Miss McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim? He actually has a glass of wine. Glass of blood, let's be real. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Not one Zeke's hallowed chalice. Hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I found myself in unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage. I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. Who banishes this group? What do you mean? Oh, who banishes this guy? Okay, no. Misread. It all became clear. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. No, I know what you mean, I just misread. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. $20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Let me check some things here. He's just a shit-faced. Gets shit-faced every time he works. Now he gets shit-faced every time he wins, apparently. His portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear. You really think we ought to look inside? It's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Let's see what we find. Okay, could this be any more unreadable, please? Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? But I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness, what is it? It's Mr. Sholmes. This, do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Does that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar. Yes, the banker, buddy. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yeah, of course, the banker. What's his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Look, the repayment day is fast approaching. It's kind of how banks work though, no? They just make money out of nothing through some scammy investments. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledge have been updated in the court record. Okay, so nothing new. Okay, but that alone doesn't really tell me anything. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable amount. The accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. You're aroused. And it's such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel. Oh. Still. No. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. What? What's the MacGuffin out of nowhere? Is fucking Holmes going to cling to the judges or the justice's innocent side to balance out the scales and then shout some nonsense? Yeah, according to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, Court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. Over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. Footnote. However, the defense... Read faster! All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering the final verdict, I trust people are no... What? Oh, I trust there are no objections. Mr. Soto, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense? What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. We don't have a moment here. We're all members of... Yes. Yes. Has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination. Summation examination?
Objection!
Summation examination. From which century has that tome have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Not that I know, I wasn't alive around then. No, lucky guess. Any modern text of British law would have given such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. I don't know, can we see? Can we go to... We can. 32. He's 2 years younger than this guy. Also, this guy's in his 50s. Why can't I see myself in here? So you're out of luck. Oh. What? I mean, I guess. What even is it, Mr. No, the so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment. I'll read about it. Would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Oh, typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruto, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use. Wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, good on you that, or good on us that I don't have any self-respect left. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? suggesting that I will cross-examine the parrot hawker. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Assert ourselves. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. A duty for the world to exemplify the very high standard of the judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
If it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Woman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. So even if you cross-examine the jury? On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant is guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying log. It seems to have thrown the jurors out. Seems none of them have experienced this before. But if the last time it happened was 50 years, then yeah, I'd imagine so. A defense procedure. No practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds of which you find the defendant Magnus McGilder guilty of this most serious crime. Nobody's even alive anymore to know about that. Nobody besides the Superintendent, King of Justice, God Emperor. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. And trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems, for passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply tapped and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. I can trust the good. Fair fares are our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Oh? Oh? Have we by chance found a contradiction? The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. I beggars believe. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this snow. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric. Oh, no, it should be... no, there's no TH. Rhetoric? Rhetoric. About the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then... They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. And what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your argument. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to be present. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. We already did that, but sure. If we can, then we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. See, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, it's similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yeah, I suppose you were right. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I will pull this off. Can we stop proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I am expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. How can I...
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear. What have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to... Oh my god. Animations in these cases really just elevate them. According to the group testimony we've heard so far. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare of the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachman of the guilds are good, honest men. A one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. Figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. We're threatening him with his reputation. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride the omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, huh? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your bosses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. When do you... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Yes, got one on our team. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Imagine real law was like that. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! We can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. I'm guessing it's the knife guys, because one was like, oh, he stabbed them like this, and the other one was, he stabbed them on the floor. Scales of justice have shifted. They still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Wait, what? Changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipwood bookkeeper has to say for himself.
Objection!
Those statements are completely contradictory. Oh? Explain yourself, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me? Is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? It's the wrong glove, though. No, he used the right glove. Oh, well, dear. As far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at those 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Where's my stitches? What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. Why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that the trial ends at this point. We may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen? In all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Oh. The scales. Don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him, in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Holy fucking copium! This whole almost lost scenario is only due to the jurors not listening. I mean, sounds like a normal day in court, to be honest. Which is magic. Do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? He's trying to confuse us with logic and reasoning. Oh my god. Avert your eyes. Close your ears. Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him in the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Why are you calling it dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. What are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Dark Jinx would be hot. Are we talking about Jinx from League, or... Because in that case I feel like she's already dark. Ready to kill each other now? Anyway, it's the autopsy report. But could the foreman of the jury be right? No, he couldn't. Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman... What is it, you dumb genius? Come on, out with that. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say that two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, just show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. Yeah, exactly. What? I give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw different moments of the same crime, as proven by... Does it say? Result of a single stab wound. Nice. So I don't have to open it up and look at something specific. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright. I concede defeat. That was easy. Wait, don't tell me we're just going to win this trial. But wait, that means just by convincing everybody in the jury. 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. That was a cute animation. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. If the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. It's Sweeney Todd, the killer barber. I've never seen that movie. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to educate, and the trial must continue. It's a musical. It's also a movie with Johnny Depp from Tim Burton. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Yeah, there's also that other lady that he uses for every movie. I just forgot her name. I know which role she plays though, but that doesn't help me with the name. Lord von Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Baker lady who bakes meat pies from corpses? I don't know, the lady that plays Bellatrix Lestrange in Harry Potter. Holy! He actually had a Dracula moment. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Not von Zieks? This is cold in here, or is it just me? I mean, it is also from Capcom, so... As your antiquated tome has no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and... What? Sorry, I lost focus for a second. And listened to the charade. Sylvania's from Konami? Isn't Konami part of, fucking... Capcom? It seems I has overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. They've been direct competitors for a long time? Huh, well... Whoopsie. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our peasants after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Konami versus Capcom? That doesn't really sound like competitors. Then again, there's also Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Damn, he took his cape off. He's going serious mode. witnesses. I trust you had the summation examination we had just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe. It's Beppo? Yes, my lord, sir. If it transpires that your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh Dio mio. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses. I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear, but well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare. He did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little concierge. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Guild's fares 4 pence across the board. You know that. You might understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare. It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! Your Seth Jacksons have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 pence at 5 pence each, yes. Yes. 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. I wonder why. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. I've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. The result isn't on the test sheet, you just pick the closest available option. This is the way. Absolutely. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear, but I'm...
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on the carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare? Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm guessing chilblains just listening to you. What is chilblains? Just like freeze or spoil? Gänsehaut? It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back by even keeping the bus running. Doesn't the dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. Only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night, and you would have had another suspect. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. So-called discrepancy my learned friend identified. There was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer, you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead, and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He filled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. Saw too much. This blood-curdling sight? You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. I love some sight. No one should have witnessed the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. But gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however, the banker has already testified to it. I had the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
You saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. But just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been not much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. And what are we wasting all of our time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. He's just dead. I think so, yes. I didn't mean to skip. Yes, you're so right. Need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way. Don't hesitate to pursue. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. Might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expected that was me, sir. Then, when I turned around, yes, I saw it. From over the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing. Let me just...
Excuse me.
Squizzy. You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment this fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could you have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later you'll see something you wish you hadn't. If you're always peeping through a skylight on the top of the omnibus. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as the Bollard day. Bollard day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, Mr. Lloyd. I should ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Think I'd forget a sight of those bloody soaked hands after Butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps just laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. Spanker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. I feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo. That's when you should have a good look through the court record. I don't need to, I just need him to add it to his statement. I fucking chipped out. I wonder how long her hair is if she lets it down. Okay, let me just give this a quick shot.
Objection!
Ass length, probably. Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soak might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Gilded on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Yeah, eat your cane. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no! You're right. Kill him! Murder him! So you're the liar then. Oh my god, they actually are going to kill him. That's right. You're quite clever about this. You said Hurok. It was both hands. Good friends. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes. It wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a Citibank. For pity's sake, my word should be a gold standard. A gentleman, not some gutter snipe. And upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? It's a Naruhodo. It is time to Naruhodo. If you had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this entire trial completely. Is the truth? I thought it was just plainly lying. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. Oh, by Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
Take that! This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortions. Pointers, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, you are currently indebted financially to the accused? Oh, well, it's barely worth of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Gilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts, which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? It's a fair play. It is not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw. In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Why does he say order like that? Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Right. Let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. Pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGillet's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. He keeps saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak up, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. You just said you didn't. The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both hands, not just one. Okay, never mind, you may speak up. Speak your mind. Look at how tall that guy is, like the prosecutor. Jesus Christ. Would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Did I make myself perfectly clear? Yark. Said Naruhodo. This is good news. The course of this trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you may say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, and if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime is perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there's no substantial, no significant change in the facts of this case. Bonk. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. The witnesses are really so. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw when I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. It's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. Steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning, I style. One hand or two, this salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accuser's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. For crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from this financial burden by ensuring the defendant was guilty? It's not entirely what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse on the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fiction this weekend, that's a sure thing. Little guinea or 10. Try 20. I'm a banker. And no one bets an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. It's really how it's supposed to work.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGill's glove had any scent of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down, I saw Mr. McGill sitting beside the other fellow. I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. Or would have been? I don't know. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there were no traces of blood on Mr. McGill's gloved hands. Wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. Must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything for myself.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry. Yes, it was very wrong for me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mister, we're driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please. You didn't even see that. It was too cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from pressing out, sir. My eyes were frozen shut. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent. You were to travel on the last omnibus service in London's cold winter nights. Therefore... Zoo! Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting in the roof deck in the first place. But I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It's locked? That's right. It's a public bus service. For pity's sake, that's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring down, long and hard. There's something else long and hard about this guy. His walking stick. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. They really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events of the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yeah. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Neptunese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of a crime is here, in the flesh. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite of the one which the victim and his attacker was sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. Uniponies have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger by whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Honestly, don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witness of the roof decks? Well, technically I have no idea. However... Wait, no, I have an idea. Okay, hear me out. My first thought was maybe the guy riding the carriage, but that would be like quite the feat. The other part that I'm thinking of is it could have just been the accused, no? Because he was napping. And they definitely saw blood on both hands, which couldn't have been if Mr. McGoldberry sat there. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You're a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let's not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger on the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. That night, the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the view was...
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? What's the name of... That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Yeah, that's probably where the murderer... What the fuck? That's probably where the murderer dipped into. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Blood von Siegs. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? I'm trying to be racist, you fuckwad. Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet, we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both the witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. Was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Your strength. Extraordinary. Forgive me, Mikula. It seems I have finally met my match. The power of a true law. Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. Yeah, you just gotta confuse them a little bit. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could not see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things. What particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. What? What's that? And you call yourself a hatter? Style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. Everybody else has hat blindness, obviously. How can you be so sure? False. If there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would have undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Or depose the fact. Unless, that is, you're proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Yes, it never hurt to have more testimony. Worst case, it's just useless. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out of here, I say. Oh my god, I just... Yeah. That pose she does when she smacks her typewriter. It's kind of like in Death Note when Light is like, I take a potato chip and eat it. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the Guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. What a fucking sheep at the helm. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe we can actually... What actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let's proceed. Let proceedings be presumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters to which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. And the second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Again, no. It's not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just ask the question, please. Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you so, or to keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded. The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. You see, in the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and it was me who had the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No. Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry I am, Lord von Six. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her onto the court room, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the garage tonight. Never saw her before.
Objection!
have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? I'm sorry, what now? What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face, it's the ninjas! Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Hereby call an emergency recess. You wanna bet that they were hiding in the baggage compartment? Because there wasn't enough space for like an adult, but for a child. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. But the juicy chapter 1. Your body, defendant's antechamber. Yeah, I feel like the first chapter always are like hours long and then the next few are just rounded out in like 1 hour. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruto, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato was told that it was an advancement from the smoke. It was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. Who would have done something like that? Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? It's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Young? You're 16, what the... Hello? Self-awareness much? A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? I thought exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecution's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? Why is it always a young girl? Is it always a young girl? Honestly, I can't remember young boys. The only young girls that I do remember belong to the Faye family and they always get kidnapped somehow. She was taking a huge risk and for what possible benefit to herself? There were two, and two as far as murdering goes in the girls. Oh, okay. There's another matter that's troubling me. It's that. The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But no, it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, wherever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. No, soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. Yes, the young girl next to Mr. McGildet. Look. Wait. Sure? No, it can't be. It can't be. Never mind. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. When after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGillet. No then, Lord von Siegs. That would be physically impossible? Well, kind of, yes. Just from a time perspective, it wouldn't be possible. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier, but somebody should tell these people that there are other hair colors in Europe besides blonde for women. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, for the sort typically employed by the army. How does a 15-year-old girl get an army-type grenade? What in the devil's name? Quite like this? Quite like what? That every girl is blonde? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium in here? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilvert. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it is that this real ass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGildet. Have your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like the defense lawyer needs information or anything. The night of the in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. And Begorra, a lot thought, and the wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather, no, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
Hold it!
And when you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. Were the first passengers as well? I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Explain exactly what you mean by the back seat. By all means, this is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite of the one which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting in. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
I thought you say, at a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So, you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed. Well, now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fell on the floor. Didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I was not together thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. Rosabella collapsed on the floor. You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil as already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, is it not? I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Six? Why would that be? No way to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Right now, as you know, I'm on something of a special line of business. Business of lending money to at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, wherever at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle without trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Evans alive, no. I was always interested to report it, so I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Whys and wherefores? Alright, you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to the meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Didn't your good self do just the same? Yes, a scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? But I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? And now, it's a clear thing. Clear thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside. And I lifted the seat on which I've been sitting. And there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. It's Naruto. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yeah, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. Is that a minor lock him up? I don't think that's illegal. It depends on how you sit on that minor. It would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in the ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
Say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in the wee ball when our eyes met where me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and set her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. Seat opposite. That's right. Just next to the dead gentleman. You set this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. While I was in the middle of talking at her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck. Man gives no fucks. Yeah. Just, oh, hey, you're traumatized here, let me really deepen that. Alright, you are again, I would say so. Looking down through the skylight, he must have been seeing this young girl and the gentleman with his knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witness did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilder. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. I, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. That's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who's this girl? Her name is Gina Listarte, or Listrade, my lord. She's a Genza, earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of the purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. This girl here, a petty thief? A petty thief with military-grade tools. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh no. Is she Sherlock Holmes's younger sister? Or Sherlock Holmes's? Or like maybe his cousin or some shit? Because he has the same type of gadgets. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah, the girl. She's gone. Open your eyes. And she's also blonde and has bluish eyes. Over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. Got herself backed into her corner and she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what your heads ain't it? That's what in your heads ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Stink bombed? I fucking hope not. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? She is related to Sherlock, oh my god. But this? Yeah, this was in a bag and if... Oh no, she just stole from him. Interesting. The other day, I was like, oh, it's the same emblem, they're related, but okay, I guess not. Don't where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus the night in question? It's alright, Les. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, here. It's just like the Irishman said. I told you he's Irish. And you said he's British. Shh. God, no. The court accepts this girl's Miss Gina Lestrade as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, you will now hear your we will now hear your testimony if you will please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Or accepts this girl as time to investigate her from every angle. See if there are any marks on her clothing, maybe some blood splatter, maybe some weird ink splotches, maybe she killed Kazuma. Alright, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before I hooked up the horses and like always. But it was a right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, can see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin. I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. Bitching in the kitchen. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilder. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? Because he was sitting on the hiding place. If she wanted to crawl out, he would have felt it. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. Straight into his behind. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you could have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Everybody talks like this now. Yes. It does appear that just large enough to accommodate someone of this girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wheelhouse was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Everybody gets Irish today. So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your actions would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of these less fortunate lads. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Honestly, I expected this guy to be the last. I take a potato chip and eat it. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait, hold on. Saints alive, we can't just call him innocent yet. I know I'm the defense lawyer, but we haven't proven his innocence yet completely. And we also haven't proven how the guy got murdered. There's still so many plot holes here. Wait, let me guess. The prosecutor, Mr. von Vamp, is going to call a fucking examination. The trial is over? Sure? All 6 members of the jury consensual and they're leaning to a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure that Mr. Vampire tries to sway them, because otherwise that would be way too short for a chapter. Obviously he's gonna pull some shit. Mr. Naruto, this, well, it must mean... Must mean what? Are you asleep on the wheel? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
There we go. Whoa! Hello! Yo! At the sight of my iron-wheeled Wellington offense, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. You mean his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of the cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with in order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story. Someone who has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. The scroll of police. Order, order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. I can actually second that. The only option where they could have cleared it out was during the smoke bomb, while manipulating his friend. Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtlessly, you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find? Did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure. To be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Wait, you tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Forensics. Am I the villain? Why would he fake evidence? Well, we already clearly stated that I don't have self-respect by doing the jury examination. Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? Truthfully, we will not fake evidence so long as I am the defendant, the defense attorney. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, I first examined the compartment. Yes. I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? Oh, be wished. What are you saying now, you daft doll? Thought you were on my side here. Even shocked him by just outright assisting him. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man at the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and as honestly as possible. Interesting. He's not altogether pleasing fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. Gilded. Well, don't forget, you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. This fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. But their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken Why? I feel like something's not right here. I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. I think he is. The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it clearly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. We had it! Did he have to lie? I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. It's not even my actions, it's the actions of this dumbass defendant. With calm, calculating reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. Just happened. The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. What do you mean? The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. He didn't try to work the jury, he just tried to point out a fact. And then everybody found out he was lying and they changed their minds because he was lying. Not because he talked to them. What the girls saw. So snuck inside the carriage before they... Yep.
Hold it!
So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Yeah, true. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob? Eh? That's a rum idea in it. I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. That actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief, can't be refrained from entertaining these tenants, or her tenants. Well, what does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. For paying passengers, a 5 pence apiece, making 20. Naruto dude. And one who gave racing riding for free. The red conch of driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? What's your hiding place in the storage compartment? Rough equipment for the coach, no. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. Always chuck it all out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Holy shit, I don't know where I struggled with that word, I didn't know that word. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out, so I could have hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Since you've reached the end of the line of inquiry,
Hold it!
a waste of time. What's that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God Pyramid. In the God Pyramid, at least some of the time. Beg your pardon, did you say God Pyramid? Oh, yeah. Well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night, this cove was set on me seat from the start. He didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. To be sure. I was so as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion from you've been set on to find a child now, do you? Well, only if she's actually been inside the whole time. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place, it's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not at yours. Most days I push the curtain up with me yet and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this Irishman spent the whole journey right over in the air. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. It's too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place I can hide them in the carriages, so it's Hobson's choice. Hobson's choice. Doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared and I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else would it.
Hold it!
Hold it! When you say a loud bang, you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Would have been, I suppose, I don't remember so well. Point is, you made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victims, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened in that crucial moment? Yes, wait. I pushed the caution and had a quick butcher's where I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGildy's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turned around, looks right at me, sank back down again, but it was too late by then. I should have never ever risked looking. Because of that's why it's found
Hold
me.
it!
When Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, looks at a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Oh, awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both our hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and all that. And I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. Perch on the roof deck. One would presume. Well, didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. One brief shining moment, yes. Yeah, they all still very unsure. They could have just found some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. There's a contradiction in here somewhere. It's like it's at the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. Right, all waste of time, nothing to show for my troubles. Hey, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitching in there. After a while, I heard a loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin. The scream just came out. Is what this swell found mean? Huh. What's the issue here? Wait. Is what she's playing with the entire time not a coin but his button? Can I magnify glass on that and be like, aha! Okay, I guess not. Wait, did I see the blood on the floor before? That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, it's blood then, it's so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zeek has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. I don't have such a bad feeling about this. It's a storage compartment, but there's nothing in it here. It's totally empty. Doesn't seem right here. I can't put my finger on what it is. My god. I can't. The camera. What's the contradiction? Not bang nearly jumped out of my skin. Jesus Christ, I have no idea. Maybe I check this again? I don't care for this. Open it. I guess we'll press it again and see what happens.
Hold it!
No, that's definitely a card she's playing with. I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make it you Bobby? No, nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all this stuff so I could hide under the seat. I mean, I can't disprove that, considering that all this stuff is gone. And I don't have the police report.
Hold it!
Is this one of those cases where I just need to accuse and do something wrong? Did we press everything? Yeah, I think we did. But just in case, I'm just going over everything in case I see something weird pop up.
Hold it!
Well, no.
Okay, so I just had to press everything and then press everything again, so because he couldn't just react the first time I did it. That's kind of stupid.
Excuse me.
Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? No, because we already heard about her being claustrophobic. I'm very sure you can go back and check it out. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass, so... I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. See, yes. I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Hi, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Pajamas. There is no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scam. What a pity. Only Miss Lestrade had heard something. It might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless. God, the casual racism always gets me. It's so unexpected. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me. That's right, insulting the judge, always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabinet to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher to see what it was what. But then, when I saw this were getting on, got me head down so it didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill that sat on that seat under which you were hiding correctly. Yeah, but you adamant Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then, all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard them leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never had the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs into market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Yeah, it doesn't really add up. What you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? What are you sure, man? Absolutely. For one, the door must have opened at least once to let the victim inside. For two, as if you can just stab somebody and not hear it. Especially if you're straining to hear something. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So von Zeeks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expected you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. For three, the defendant said he found him on the ground, so she would have had to hear him slump over and not the floor. Well, she did say that she heard a thump, which scared her. There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. A particular sound that Miss Lestarte could have not failed to hear on the night in question. The sound was very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestarte could not have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, Counselor. Mr. Strade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. But on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person on to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. But it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Cannot just say as much. I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, so get on, remember? Through the crack under my seat cushion, under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what I've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its own journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? No, I'd never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't I? Waiting for this swell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up on the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. But von Zeeks, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You've demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. This guy is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Where's Anita? Oh, she wasn't going to stab. Oh no. Uh-oh. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide lawyers. Now all I have on my side is the maid. Mr. Naruto, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. This guy actually is a drunk, holy shit! Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? You've forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadon. This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruto, the way this is going, we can't find some new ways to convince everyone of Mr. McGillet's innocence. The judge will rule, and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. Now that's some Phoenix Wright energy. But what if all these inconsistencies are the truth? What are you saying? Answer. Sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Now we're gaming. Now we're being a defense attorney. Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. Yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came in to be inside the carriage. Either he was already inside there, but that wouldn't make too much sense, because the only hiding place where he wouldn't be in plain sight would be where she hid, and nobody could have just gotten him out of there without her noticing. So clearly there has to be another entrance. I mean, he was put there after he died. Yeah, that's very possible. But that wouldn't explain why we didn't hear him, like, come in there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not sure because these two kind of are the same thing. But there's also, we can't prove that he was put there as he died. And him getting put in as he died also doesn't prove that the door wasn't opened. So we need there to be another entrance first. He was murdered on the roof and then dropped down, which was the thump the girl heard. Yeah, also... No, never mind, that's the same thing that I was going to explain. But both statements are technically true, if the door wasn't opened even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side to the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
There could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, to use of which allowed the victim to appear inside that enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. In this omnibus of which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you suppose the victim entered the cabin? Must be this.
Take that!
Has to be. The answer's obvious. It can only have been the skylight. Say, the skylight? Do it, throw your glass in the fire. Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
This motorist. So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? You call me addle-brained while you're just chugging wine? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from a seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from a seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin? No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
God, his objection is so good. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Yeah, that's true, but... Might a humble fellow make a weak comment here? Mr. McGilded? to be sure now. The two fellows who were set on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much the case of them not saying, but I not seeing. It's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas. One of them is the murderer. Well, okay, hear me out. It could be the banker, but why would the banker kill him? If the best option would be to frame him, but why? That's so, roundabout. Just kill him directly. And the other option would be the Hatter, because the Hatter also has like a tat-a-tat like the victim. So maybe they had like some business going on. I don't know. Do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh, we are definitely missing one, but that will only become clear once we get to the third chapter. Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah. Oh my god, it's going all over the place now. Just what exactly are you insinuating, mister? Insinuating here, you blitherer. Oh my lord, he's up and about. You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's... Protest. Protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. How about you, you rotten scoundrel? Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's an outrage. It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment... Go ahead, Lord von Ziegs. It is the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without... Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gents liars. You've intimidated their criminal guilt. You intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what it is termed a baseless accusation. No, I was rash to put this idea forward, but without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that head from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow, on the head. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. It's the filth and rubbish in our midst we must dispose of at once. time, I know. I'm just looking for... Hello? Are we still there? What's happening, Mr. Naruto? Did it just crash this second? I'm here? Okay. Because I heard a weird disconnect sound. Maybe I'm tripping. Anyway, I'm just looking for a good point, and I think as soon as we get the next testament, or you know, it's a good point to... But maybe we also get our save point here. The spectators in the packed public gallery, they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. It's now time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. That's the spirit. No thinky, just ngabunga. There we go. Whoops. This is a good place to end it. Alrighty. Just only plot accusations? Hell yeah. Thank you for checking out today's stream. And see you tomorrow for the end of this trial. And then we won't start another one, because surely that will take way too long to actually finish before in like one day. So once we finish this trial, we'll start up good old Elden Ring. Start with those bosses, because there's a couple bosses, so that might take us like a good evening, maybe two. If we clear it in yesterday's evening, or in tomorrow's evening, I mean, which I sincerely doubt, especially if we like also finish this, then we'll just take a break on Thursday. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. And depending on how much is scared I'm rusty, well, I haven't played in ages, and only the worst bosses remain, so yeah, we'll probably spend hours on those. Thursday, I don't know yet. Depends on how much is left of the bosses. I have to say. I have no idea about Thursday yet. Maybe this will carry us throughout tomorrow evening. That would be nice too. Anyway, yeah. See you tomorrow for the conclusion to this shibamery, and see you on Friday for Elden Ring DLC. Hell yeah. God, it's so close yet so far. Okay. See ya. Bye-bye.